What's up, guys? No, there's room to the upside. Above 6,000, we could push all the way out to like 60, 20, 60, 30 before running into any significant resistance. 10 a little bit, 20 a little more. 30, actually not that big of a resistance, but more important on the longer term time frames. Let's get those likes out of the way early today. Hit it. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Being over VN just means that, the MM's Vega exposure is zero. So whatever delta they're holding to hedge Vega, they're likely to dump. It's not that the bulls can't leverage the price up over Vega neutral during the intraday. They definitely can, especially if they can push Vega neutral higher, which we've seen in the past. It's not like an absolute resistance, but it is a difficult one. Oh, would you look here? Mr. Grandiosity has decided to descend from his high horse and approach the unwashed, unsubbed masses. How gracious is our dear leader? Fuck you, dork. Shout out to the SMCI guy from Gamma Strike on Thursday. I had to go to Syracuse for my son's baseball tournament this weekend. What a depressing place that whole area has become. And I live in Putnam County, so I know. I mean, I don't remember a time when, like, upstate New York wasn't depressing as fuck. Give us the stay our daily dork job. What's up, Willie? I only saw one time where SPXW pushed over GMVM. Does that mean safe to say we don't really break 85 this week? 60, 85? Well, I mean, Gamma Max is probably going to move around a bit too, but that's reasonable. I upgraded. Fuck yeah. I want to put my $1 up $1 on my Carvana put. Let's fucking go. Congratulations. You didn't want to wait for a retest at 50. Okay, maybe that was great then. Ooh, Carvana losing 30 already. Interesting. It's insane that Carvana is 350. I know. Why is it depressing? All the snow plus Hicks. No, it's just like the rest of the Rust Belt. It's just like like a post-apocalyptic movie where everything has died because we have Amazon. What will it take to move VN off of 6K? That's probably going to be difficult given the enormity of the interest there, but lots of zero DTE positioning can do it. Like, have you ever driven into like one of the old like factory towns in the Midwest? And there's like a main street, but everything's shuttered, and like all the houses have fallen into disrepair. That's what upstate New York is largely like, with maybe a stronger tax base. I live there. It's Iowa. Yeah. Yeah, you generally need long calls to push up above VN, which is something like, the market generally doesn't do when gamma exposure is overwhelmingly positive. Seems like an opportunity for cute local businesses. There's lots of gorgeous cheap houses up there, which is the only reason I'd be interested. Like near the Finger Lakes. It's because there's no access to anything. Like, do you want to live 80 miles from a hospital? What the fuck? Yes, then you're for sure dead. Yeah, yeah, if you want. There's plenty of houses in upstate New York that are like 50 grand. Don't worry, they still come with like $10,000 a year property tax. But the house is cheap. What? Yeah, just like hundreds, thousands of fucking like like Main Street like Victorians that are, filled with lead and asbestos, heroin needles. If you can clean all that shit out though, it's got good bones, you know. That stuff's fine as long as you don't kick up the dust. You mean move around in your own house? Jesus, Carvana puts are expensive. Well, not the longer dated ones. I think like an unfinished basement, upstate New York. West Virginia houses the cheapest due to all the DuPont chemical waste dump landfills. So upstate New York has plenty of that. And there's also like central Pennsylvania has tons of those houses. There's like a whole shitload of like late 1800s downtown Victorian housing that's just like absolute dog shit in this country. And it's all cheap as fuck. Basements with dirt floors guarantees positive centipede action. Great if you like the peds. Don't ever say that again, please. Yeah, you could live in a fucking a butte like this, Cobra. You see the lovely lead lined door, and don't forget the historic plaque that makes everything more expensive to fix. Look, they've halfway remodeled the kitchens. Some wallpaper. You want some wallpaper? Oh, that's nice. Gonna spend your nights breathing in 500 pounds of polyethylene dust. I'm sure all the late century and antique furniture comes with it. Oh, look, just springs with a rug on top. There's an attic. You zoomed right past the carpet with the dead body stains. Dork gets night sweats, alright? Why don't you guys have more house fires? It looks like a tinderbox. It's filled with asbestos, which is a great insulator. Attic to hide bodies? I think in a situation like that, it's more like an attic where you find bodies someone else has hidden. I love those attics. It reminds me of Charmed. First off, that show sucked. And having wet dreams of playing Ouija with Shannon Doherty in an attic is not a valid reason for buying a home. It's like you know me. You, of all people, disliked a show with Alyssa Milano. All of them. She's a terrible actress. Charmed quantity over quality. And they were playing that show 13 days times a day on TNT. I would marathon that just because I had nothing else to do. Were all of the episodes from different seasons and completely out of order? Wait, are you comparing Party of Five to Charmed? Yeah, but your children would be full of lead and have like neurological problems. That's not appealing. Or maybe no. 6000 C is getting swung hard. A bunch of burrs selling it. A bunch of bulls trying to buy it. He just holding it in the shop. You don't like our $3 trading range, Nuke? Name an Aaron Spelling show, any, and then try to give an example of good acting. Dragnet. Thanks. He was young. He was still trying. If I had to pick a number two, Beverly Hills 90210. No, he didn't produce Beverly Hillbillies. Hmm. I have a feeling this is going to be a long day. Yeah, and phase is finally breaking up a little bit from the trend. Still like to see it get over 45. Do the happenings in LA have any effect on the market currently? Not unless the National Guard kills a US citizen. In which case, then yes, yes, it could. Is there any reason why I'm not able to see green, red bars on my gamma strike page? I don't know. Um, hmm, curious. Try, are you in Chrome? Did you toggle colorblind by accident? Oh, yeah, that could maybe do it. I just see the two bottom graphs. Yes, in Chrome. And you're not in incognito mode? No cookie blocking or anything like that? Try hitting F5 with the web page selected. Mm. What should I name my child? Boy? Aloysius. Yeah, end phase is moving. It's nice. When are you gonna start buying long dated Vega pits? Good question. I don't know. VIX 3 month is still over 20, which is kind of high. Was Jan Tesla bullish this morning, or just likely to follow the market? Positioning from last Friday was a bit bullish. but so far, not above 300, so kind of irrelevant. I'm sorry to ask you, but I was in dumb meetings until just now. Any chance you could give a rundown on anything that's different since writing Pickles picks? Otherwise, it's like 30 minutes of 2x. We haven't gotten a lot of price action this morning. Um, Volume's pretty fucking low. We seem to be mostly pinned to 6,000 right now. Um, we got a tiny sell off, like back to closer to 90 this morning. Losing 90 would be bearish. Resistance at 10 and 20 to the upside. Did MSTR launch another stock? I don't know. Did they? That would make sense. Like, I could see them doing that. What data? There wasn't any, like, important data this morning. Qatar just bought Trump's Tesla for $350 million. Wait, really? It's come to my attention that there's a section in the fine print that bans all 50 states from having any laws that limit or restrict any AI laws for the next 10 years. Yeah. Wait, Nick, it's back. You think they'll buy my Corolla with 250,000 miles on it for 250K then? Sure. You could probably make that deal happen. It's going to take some legwork, and you're going to need friends in the right places, but you guys understand the purpose of limiting the state's rights to enforce or enact laws against AI, right? Or do we want to leave that for after everyone's had their coffee? Yeah, let's wait a bit. Okay. Because AI is useful and we don't want to artificially block progress on it, right? No, not at all. So we can have Stargate in every state? No. It's not exactly rocket science. Haven't you guys seen what Iran has done with AI since 2023? China, Saudi Arabia, etc. Yeah, only the best of things. What? I can AI you shirtless in every state. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ugh. Hmm. This is a fun resistance. Under 6,000 is a little more bearish now. Not that we're going back there, just it's a little more bearish now. It's super cool. I hate privacy and rights. Yeah, that's more like it. I don't know if we're gonna get up to 20 just yet. Maybe. I say that as we're like about to break 60-10. Right now we're pretty well supported at 6,000. There is not any substantial call buying anywhere though. And to push through the neutrals, you need a lot of call buying. There's a little bit of bot puts below spot. Some calls being sold at 610. Hmm. Big shout out to the incredibly handsome guy who called out UMAC on the member stream. Wait, was that just you? Getting a little bit of out of the money call buying. Still bot puts at 605, 6,000. Hey, Glor, my calls. Nice, Nick. Fuck yeah. I sold one? How many do you have? Uh, 2? That's not bad. Congrats on taking half of those profits and putting them into a safe investment, such as money market, index funds, and/or commodities. When have commodities been a safe investment? All right, when was the last time they were a safe investment? Ever since the dollar's been getting diluted harder than AMC neck holders. I mean, they are cheap. Well, I will agree with that. I'm selling calls above VN weekly. No. Should I? Mm, no, I haven't really sold very many calls. You've not missed much. I think maybe, uh, there's quite a lot of bot puts at 605, 6,000 here. Are you watching that thing? Maybe I don't want to know. It did a thing, and then that thing got stuffed hard as fuck. I don't think it looks particularly exciting. We're gonna chop into the results of the China talks? Possibly, yeah. Which don't appear to have any near-term information. Wall Street Journal came out with an article on it about 14 minutes ago. Hmm. Hmm. Just a link to the article. Why no loss of 6,000? Because it's support. A big, massive pile of gamma. What's up, man? Mhm. There's still a lot of bot pits at 6,000 and growing. Mm. Assume if we lost 6,000, the puts would take profit, and this would violently bounce back to above 6,000. Possibly. I mean, there's a little room to move down from there. If we start to push into the sold puts, we could get maybe as low as like 85, 80. Really depends on if the sold puts start to close up. Is my assumption wrong? Those Gex bars no easier to slide through 6K. What do you mean? It's not even a sentence. No easier to slide through. I don't know what you mean. When do you take your shirt off? I don't know. Usually, like, before bed or before I get in the shower. Maybe if I'm, like, gonna go swimming. Does what mean it's getting easier? Are you talking about, like, the negative gamma below 6,000? Would you at least read the doc so you can communicate your idea? Those puts cost seem like shares. He's just saying the 6K Gex bar isn't as big now. No, it's not. Yeah, there's been some profit taking there. Also, short puts that have closed. It's still support. And on multiple time frames, not just the 0 DTE, which everyone gets hung up on. There's Gamma Strike docs? Yeah, they're pretty cool. Yeah, there's pictures now too. Maybe I should ask questions at the round table. Maybe. I hope my butterflies print. That would be a good day. Yeah. What kind of butterflies did you pick up? I have 6,000 butterflies from last week. Sold them on Friday. I figured at some point today we'd get pinned back to 6,000. So, but this is still a little early. Still. Welcome to Dillionaire, person with no name or user account. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the country club, I guess. Possibly. That's weird. It's Poopy. He's back. Oh, hold on. Where's my... There we go. It's AI. Awesome. Who have you banned? It's one of them. Oh, is that how that works? That's less fun. Sauce Boss, welcome to Long Johnson, man. Thank you so much. Long Johnson does not get access to the country club. But yes, access to the weekend streams. Oh, oh. Welcome to Dillionaire. 1 second. Do we get 2 songs now? Yeah, sure. Weekend streams members only now? They were supposed to always be. Um, Although I did realize this weekend that I did not have that turned on. And I'd forgotten why I'd had it turned off. We used to turn it off for GME OPEX weeks. We were probably just lazy and forgot about it. Probably. I thought you were being nice to the poors. That's a big assumption. For 2 years? I was supposed to get cock blocked on the weekend stream and I'm offended. Wait, I thought you were wait, you're a Dillionaire, aren't you? I thought you just bailed on Pigeon Whale. Yeah, I didn't even know it blocked fucking moderators. I thought you guys would all get in. It's supposed to be. It's supposed to be Long Johnson and higher, I think. I'm probably going to switch it back because it creates a whole bunch of problems anyway. So don't worry about it too much. Is the downside slippy here? Yeah, a little bit. 6,000 is still a really big support, though. I'm sure new people have found you through weekend streams. Not me. Yeah, well, I know that. I thought you were born in Elite at first, but I digress. You could do Cornishon to watch, Long Johnson to chat. Maybe. That's like a lot of steps. I'll probably just open it back up again. Or just set it back to the way it was. Because, like, Dork and Nuke can't get into the streams. You're gonna have to cancel some OnlyFans subs to access the weekend stream. Okay, now I don't feel bad about charging for it. Is that a scheduling issue or a money issue for Convexican? I don't. Actually, that's a good question. You think we get a 60-20 test today? With the current positioning? No. I want to see like more bot calls, and we're not getting a lot of those. Welcome to Zillionaire Convexican. Appreciate it, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude. Why are these governments dumb? Japan considering cash handouts to combat inflation. Really? Hmm. Hmm. I mean, Japan's kind of been doing that already with their like energy stimulus. Not straight cash though. Yeah, if we get some news on China today, we might not though. Also, I have a feeling China's going to take their time coming to any kind of deal. I doubt they're going to move quickly. The embarrassing the US equity is priceless. And they don't even need to do any work. TDS. You deep in the rabbit hole, Bob? They need our chips. No, they don't. You don't think they've bought enough fucking H100s to be able to copy one by now? Didn't Highway fucking already like release the specs for their AI chip that was equivalent to the Nvidia ones? From a labor standpoint, they have a much better chance of spinning up their fabs than we do. I'm a man of the foil. Ridiculous. Xi's first move last week was to go make fun of Trump immediately following their agreement to meet in London and spend 30 minutes talking about how desperate the US is for a trade deal. The difference is the Chinese people are already used to their economy and lives being shit. So Xi can kind of do whatever he wants. Trump still has to worry about Democrats getting elected in the midterm and spending the next 2 years after that impeaching him every other day. Prince. Huawei is highway. It's like Hua way. That's actually I think how it's pronounced. Hawaii. No, not like Hua with an H, like Hua like that. Hoo-ha. So you're saying it's Huawei? Owl? Interesting. They have their own, like, pronunciation video that they released on YouTube, and they say it's like this. Maybe it's like a NVIDIA situation. Or like Samsung being pronounced like the name Sam. I studied Mandarin on Duolingo for 1.5 hours. Trust me. All right, never mind. I'll back off. My favorite part is when the CFO of NVIDIA says NVIDIA, and then Jensen gets on stage and says NVIDIA. I was born in China and have a degree in Chinese. Wait, hold on. You got a degree in your own language? I'm not Chinese. Ah, okay. Wait, aren't you? Plenty of people here get degrees in English, Gherk. What's your point? They all end up working at GameStop. Some of them write audiobooks. I don't have a degree in Italian. I don't even speak Italian. I can kind of understand it a little. I have a PhD in autism. You're gonna get on the list again. My thesis is my life. Girk's right though. The way he says Huawei is correct if it's in Cantonese. Oh shit. This is too much. What foreign language did you take in high school, college? French, Italian, Spanish. I wasn't too consistent with them. Not Portuguese. Fuck you. You know the one thing you need to know in Italian? Panino is singular, panini is plural. Panini is just small. If I end up with fuck you money, I'll just start working as a GameStop peon just to watch the nut job bag holders that come in. I don't think that's a thing so much anymore. You're gonna need to work in a really busy GameStop. Sure would be a shame if we lost 6,000 for a second. Uh, is that a thing? Uh, I'm a Mexican American and I took Spanish in college. I got a B too, just like the Cheech Marin song. Greg has a Bachelor of Science in Equestrian Studies. I have a 10 wide fly at 6,000. It's gonna prompt, probably. Busy GameStop is oxymoronic. That's, I know. I went to an AMC for the first time in a long time, and I cringed so hard when they thanked their shareholders before the movie. Wait, are you kidding? That can't be. I refuse to believe that's a real thing. So the only people going to see their movies now are just the shareholders. Why the fuck do people go to movie theaters? You want to get lice? That's how you get lice. You can get like a 65-inch TV for $600. These new seats brought to you by liquidation. They should make what's his face do the commercials. The trucker guy who lost all his AMC money on meth. Yeah, him. Still not specific enough. I go to order a hot dog nacho combo from Trade Trades at the concession stand. I tip him extra because I feel bad. Is going to movies like a conservative thing that I don't understand? Because half of America wants it to be 1952. Nobody likes movies unless you're there alone. I could be in my house alone. Why the fuck do I need to go to a movie theater to do it? I don't know where that song is. No, most people do not go to movies. That's why movie theaters are going out of business. My brother brought my 4 and 6-year-old nephews to the movies, and they hated it. They couldn't understand why you couldn't pause it or swap it between different movies. I could just imagine going to like a kids movie nowadays, and they all like run up to the front of the theater and try to change it because they think it's a giant tablet. But Girk, you don't like to do anything. Yeah, so I can see the appeal of a drive-in movie for nostalgia. I don't know how they work. How do you get the sound? Do you just hook your like car Bluetooth up to the theater? That seems like a great way to get everybody's contacts in one night. You are not to be trusted on this topic. Too much bias. We have movie theaters here. AMC too. No one fucking goes to them. They're always empty. Radio? I don't think my fucking car even has that. The pickle jar should buy a drive-in movie theater. We'll just play the stream at it. Market hours, it'll be the stream, and then just porn the rest of the day. My son has several friends who had to leave movies early because they were all premature and can't handle loud noises and overstimulation. I've made it a fun social experiment. Wait, you mean like they were born too soon? Are you calling them underdeveloped? Your car has a radio? Jesus fucking Christ, Garrick. I don't know where the button for it is. 100% occupancy 24/7. That's because there's only going to be one parking spot. No, I don't want to own one in Ohio. Gross. Only one place I'm underdeveloped. Thanks for sharing, Gray Pubes. If I wanted nostalgia, I'd just rewatch your old GME streams and cry myself to sleep. Fair. Girk, when something happened, I don't know. We're waiting on a trade deal so we can go up another $20. $30? New stream for Gherk, doing normal things in New York and complaining about it. I feel like I could literally stream anything but this and it would be more popular. That's why I stream this. I don't have Pokemon on PC. I don't want to play Pokemon. It's been the same game for 20 years. I'm just going to create a live stream where I go into various food establishments in New York City, take one bite of their food, spit it out, and leave. Nobody does that already, right? That's what I was making fun of. There you go. You figured it out, Seymour. Will you be rating the food? Yeah, like on a 1 to 10 scale. What's up, Willie? It's called mukbang maxing, and it's classy. I was bored today and asked Chat GPT to describe Greeks like parts of a sandwich. I don't get it. Can you put me up in chocolate babka next time you're at Zabar's? No. You know what? Sure, I will. Because the last time I went there was like fucking 12 years ago. Probably about 12 more years I might stop by. Are you gonna straddle the inflation data? Probably. Do you listen to Radiohead or Soundgarden? Those aren't the same thing. You mean which would I listen to? Or are you asking if I listen to either one of those? Me, pizza shop owner, big gruff bearded guy walks in, buys a slice, pulls out his phone and records a video of him taking a bite. He spits it out after half a second and grumbles four, and he walks out. See? Instant hit. Who would have watched that all day? Don't talk to me about Chris Cornell, need to. All right. Soundgarden's all right. I don't like Radiohead or Coldplay. Ew. Did you ever improve your sinus and sleeping issues? No. You sound better and more rested. I had a lot of caffeine this morning. I do listen to Mozart. The only two Michelin star restaurant in my city is a tiny sushi place that starts at like $300. I've been tempted for over a year to go there, and after every bite, say, fishy. You should do it, man. Live your best life. How do you stretch that into 8 hours per day? There's like 10,000 restaurants in New York City. I think it would take like a lifetime to go into each one of them and eat. I would never run out given turnover. You've just described Gordon Ramsay's last 10 years of TV shows. No, 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 no. He has other commentary. I'm not going to have that on mine. It's different. Same, but different. prove it? Name every song by Mozart? I don't think we have the time for that. Can you do it with frosted tips? No, I don't want to encroach on Guy Fieri's space. The best Gordon Ramsay TV content was him crying as a young chef in MPW's restaurant. He just continued the cycle of abuse. No, Portnoy talks too much. Portnoy recently rated Saria's and Mott really high. Have you tried this place? I've been there. It's like $40 for a fucking pizza. It's okay. But paying 99% margins on pizza is a little silly. I was skimming Friday's stream and heard you mention GS Roundtable summary compilation videos. No, we're gonna make individual tutorial videos using the questions from the GS Roundtables as like for frequently asked questions, and in order to build a tutorial that helps with common concerns. Target date, not sure. I'm gonna try to get a test video done this week, and then probably start making them. I saw another YouTuber doing something drastically not like his videos. Smarter Every Day is selling barbecue grill brushes. Same like you and tiny chainsaws. I've never sold a tiny chainsaw. I just got here after I looked at positioning, read Pickles picks, and decided extra sleep sounded good. Just because the market's flat doesn't mean you can't make money. Make sure to include, did you read the docs as the first section? Yeah, even if you're not a user, you can still ask questions at the streams. That's the point of them. To help people over that hump, or help people who are already currently using the platform. Hiring an editor? Yeah. We would have somebody else make them. I'm not doing it. Gross. Are weekend streams going to be members only? They're supposed to be members only. It was always supposed to be members only. I just turned it off one time and then never turned it back on again for a few years. No, I don't still have CoreWeave. Those were the days? You mean last week? No, there was a weekend stream. Hey, Dork. End of an era? Which era? It was members only, though. I couldn't watch it. You could last week, just not this week. You know I've done 197 of those fucking things? They're 4 hours each. That's 788 hours of weekends. And you're bitching that it's not free? Either pay Greek a few dollars or watch Houston Wade's weekend stream for free. I mean, to be fair, you really only missed like us talking about shoving bananas up our asses for 40 minutes. It's not about the money, it's about filtering out the rabble. Hmm. No, it's about people asking me questions about GMA and not paying me. Actually, it's insulting. I'm gonna moon over vegan neutral with non-stop call buying. No. Well, not here. But we might test 10 again. 10, 12. There's a bunch of bot calls at 10 right now. Speaking of rock collector, man, YouTube suggested me Face Paint Guy's channel on Friday. I thought he was no longer a person. No. He's recovering from his divorce and ready to misinform people on the stock market once again. I was so sad I wasn't listening live yesterday. I was so ready to participate in the radioactive banana chat this morning. Sorry, that was just for the weekend stream. I pay you and hardly ever ask questions. Ask more questions. Are you good at this yet? Then you probably haven't asked enough questions. Yeah, there you go. That's the right approach. What I'm hearing is that the other 3 hours and 20 minutes was a waste of time. I pay you to ask questions about what you want built. Wait, are you paying me? Dirk is starting up a Carvana style banana stand. With lifeblood, yes. I see. Can I just pay you money for that? Or do you want something more personal? I can send Nuke to your house. Dork. Dork to your house. Or Dan. Shh, quiet, Dork. Do you need a week of vibe coding with Nuke? I don't think he's got time for that shit right now. He needs to taste the dork chop. Most of the time I ask a question, I know the answer, and Gert confirms it. That's a good place to be in. Wait, you have a catio? Nuke's not gonna fit in there then. My questions are largely scaping related or just question form means of calling Gurk immensely ruggedly handsome. What do? Um just I mean honestly, Pterodactyl, just keep doing that. It's working. It's been working for 3 years. I don't see any reason to stop now. You found the sweet spot. There is no legal precedence for martial law in the US. It's not a thing that exists. I wish everybody would stop saying that. Insurrection Act doesn't create martial law. It just allows the deployment of US troops against US citizens in the support of local law enforcement. I'll stop if you show us the mustard line. Do we even have it anymore? That Lincoln invoked the. There was no constitutional violation though. I was joking. I mean, he did invoke the Insurrection Act. So did Grant, I think. It used to be pretty popular. Ulysses S. Grant, a notable alcoholic and former president, loved using it. All right, you know what? Here, you can have mustard. The situation is still very different. Rationalizing what's happening in LA is the height of insanity. That's because previously the Insurrection Act was used to suppress insurrection, up until like Reagan got a hold of it. And yeah, it's been like 65 years since the National Guard was like deployed without the governor of the state's implicit request. It's been invoked like more than that. 17 presidents, something like that. Yeah, Hegseth was threatening to send in Marines. This is the response that we should have had on January 6th, also. Just immediately send in the military. Yeah, like Cheeto's gonna call the military on his peeps. Oh, fair enough. Now you're just talking crazy. Those were patriots. No, I don't like them. They make me sick. I don't have a lot of nicotine in this either. No, Owl. Bob is not capable of seeing anything. The borders have always been open, Bob. That's why we have a country. Fucking stupid. They have been. We used to just bring in ships full of people and hand them citizenship. No, it was Obama. Bob's a bootlegger spreading misinformation. I forgot this is the internet. Yeah, it is. There's still an insane number of bot puts at 5,900 or 6,000 rather. All these levels are the same. Should I resub? Sure. I'm not going to tell you now. For a second, I thought Gherkin was talking about Irish and Italians that would show up in New York City in droves of boats back in the day. Yeah, we did that. Everyone was fine with it. The Italians weren't fine with the Irish, and the Irish weren't fine with the Italians. Yeah, and the Protestants really didn't like anybody. But, you know, we got there. It was fine. Worked out. Gangs of New York. No, they were not fine with it. But they did like the boosts to the economy quite a lot. Never forget that the Puritans first came here because the English crown wouldn't let them be as oppressive as they wanted to be. They wanted the same freedom MAGA does. Yeah, we have a strong conservative streak in this country. I think people like Bob are actually just scared of different ethnicities. Like he actually just starts feeling nervous if he has to hang out in a crowd of brown people. Maybe. He clearly doesn't understand how immigration works or what the benefits of it are. Because there's no benefit to kicking immigrants out of our country, economically speaking. A country without borders isn't a country. Why have borders? So they can all just. Are you just worried that they're gonna take in all the social service money that you want to cut? A country without Barnes and Noble isn't a country. I don't know. 46% of this country is illiterate, so it's not like we're gonna have Social Security by the time we retire. No, but we will have the SS in a couple years. This country can't even read the docs. Yeah, that's why we're gonna create an audio version. Is that a real number or just how many people voted for Trump? Both. Are you really making an audio version? Yeah, because people are illiterate. We don't want illiterate people not to have access to the options market. The graphs are there. Have you looked again? We're supposed to have both, Poopy. Just because the US took our investments and used it to bail out banks, that shouldn't be our fault. It's okay, we'll have the sovereign wealth fund to fall back on. Will an AI agent read out the docs to me in the voice of Mike Tyson? Ha 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 ha. Poopy's a poor. That's gotta hurt. Having Dodd make fun of you. Gamma Mac. Oh my fucking god, I want that so bad now. Maybe we could just pay Mike Tyson to do the cameos. Why does the spread between ES1 and the SPX not stay consistent? What do you mean, like the same over time? Because the ES forward contract is the future price of SPX. SPX is current. And as time elapses, those two things meet. That would be backwardation, Cobra. No problem, man. Wait, what? The future becomes the present, but then what becomes the future? The next contract. Yeah, it can move into backwardation if people think equities are overpriced. Like the current price of equities is too high. Negative interest rates, maybe. You too, Poopy. Why is microwaved bologna so freaking good? It's not. Also, bologna is just a like chody or hot dog that's been sliced. Would it be better to buy a self-storage lot or an automatic self-serve car wash? Mm, I actually don't know which one. I mean, the maintenance on storage is cheaper. Like your overhead's not going to be as high. Car wash, it's going to be you're going to have a lot of overhead. I'm sure the margins on storage, like storage properties, are significantly better. It's the most depressing thing I've heard today, and my dad got hit by a car this morning. Is he okay? Someone now has a clip of you saying that. Good. I feel like people are also quicker to skip car washes in a recession than give up their junk in storage. No, storage does. That's why there was the extra space trade. Remember? I don't know if you guys remember that, but no, like storage facilities do really really well in any kind of economic, even small economic downturns, because there's a lot of flux in the property, like real estate markets. People selling houses, people moving into rentals, people shifting jobs because of layoffs. He got up and punched the guy who hit him, so I'm gonna say he's fine. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, cheap rent too if people really bought him out. You don't want to get caught doing that though. Who's gonna live in a car wash? No, no, the storage units. God damn it. And more Storage Wars content. Yeah, if people don't pay, you get to steal all their shit. Here's my two-step program for financial independence. Go all in on Fubo, waiting for an imminent moon, then go all in on storage assets for the coming bust. Oh, Jesus. I'd live in a car wash. That tricolor foam is yummy. Ooh, puts at 6,000 spiked a bit more. It's a big old synthetic short. Interesting. Huh. I remember that show. I lost a ton of stuff that way after my divorce. My ex put a ton of our stuff in storage, and then, surprise, he didn't pay the bill. Was that really a surprise, though, Jen? Or you were saying surprise, like, sarcastically? Never mind. Yep, no, I got it. Sold calls. Sold calls and sold puts. Or, sorry, sold calls, bought puts. Bought puts at 6K, sold calls at 6K. Like a lot of them. Net is like 4,300 bought puts, negative 3,900 sold calls. Pretty interesting if 6,000 goes in the money, I think. It's a lot of fucking puts. It's gonna be rough for all the sold puts below 6,000. which there are a lot. Yes, this is extremely boring price action. How are you still making money on this? I have 6,000 butterflies that I sold on Friday. And that's it. No, not 6,000 is in quantity. 6,000 is in the middle strike. Could have been. I'd believe you. I would never sell that many butterflies. Yeah, you would. Come on. I mean, that's a lot. At $5 loss a pop. That's like 30 grand. I don't want to lose 30 grand betting on a $5 price range. Not $10, I guess. Jump change. It would be a 400% return, though. Hmm. No. Hmm. That'd be stupid. Hmm. Can you explain the butterfly trade like on five or Trump? um, it would basically look like this. So you would need the following day to close between flat and -2%. And right in the middle of that, like if you closed at exactly 6,000, you would make max profit, which is a 1,186% return on risk. Well, it depends on where you're trading, with a potential for a $90 loss. Well, that's going to vary, but why is the max loss so low on that? Because that's how butterflies work. You could do the same thing with like a condor and have like a wider range. Something like that. Well, I guess you would want this. But your max loss increases. So then your total potential profit reduces. Oh, so gambling? I mean, yeah. A little bit. A little bit. A little bit. It's yeah. Not gambling if you leg into it for a profit. That's true, actually. When was the last time anyone in the pickle jar used options as insurance and not gambling? I don't know. I don't. A bunch of people had out of the money hedges on the drop in April. Pickle jar did way better on that than they usually do. I have protective puts on Fubo. Good for you, man. That was one of those with out of the money hedges in April. It was fantastic. Yeah, having a 2% out of the money hedge when the market goes up 13% in a single day is pretty dope. Stop giving away my alpha. Yeah. Yeah, basically. You wanna try to sell the I mean, ideally you sell the call and the put in the money. So say you're chopping on either side of like 6,000. If you can get the call and the put at slightly better, like like a slightly better spread. You don't even really need to sell it fully in the money. But if it drops to like 98 and you sell the 6,000 P, and then it goes up to like 605 and you sell the 6,000 C spread, right? Then you can end up with no max loss and your positive credit. So sometimes this is like a good way to trade chop because there's there's no like range for the day. And so if you can like leg into one of those, you can just have a bunch of like positive carry positions where if you close at a certain price, you could potentially make a larger return. Straddle profits alone covered any losses from my stock holdings. Yeah, but they were so expensive. Speaking from experience, though, legging into butterflies for a profit, the butterfly prints at close probably only one out of 7 to 10 times. C-mill, you just pick really bad strikes for selling your butterflies. It should be way higher than that. No, I pick them well. Kenny just goes after them. He does market order like Don. I mean, technically, if this broke out, it could push up to like 40 or 45. There's just a lot of resistance at 20 and 30. And shockingly, charm isn't super positive here. It's a little bit positive. But under 6,000 it goes negative again. So this could definitely swing the other way. And there's like a pretty continuous drop off in gamma all the way down to like 59.60, 59.50. Chances of seeing 6,000 again today? Probably pretty good. You mean when back to flat? I don't know. I'm bored. It's a boring day. That would be crazy considering double VN. I mean, VN can be broken. It's still just I mean, it's a tough resistance, but it's not impermeable or anything. It just requires a lot of call buying, which I don't know if we'll get with current conditions the way they are. Yeah, because we don't know where the OI is until the end of the day. Yep, there's still puts hanging out at 6K. I feel like if we pushed up to 20 or something, we might see some of them close. There's a lot of sold puts at 60.10 right now. There's some bought puts coming in at 605. Yeah, 0 DT, sounds short. Some 50, 60, 15 bot calls. A few. 200 of them. And a few 60-20s also. So maybe pushing for the test here. Isn't the California instability moving the market? Because nothing crazy is going on there yet. Like, a lot of really bad things could happen, but nothing horrific has happened. The Sopranos? No one I've ever met. '20 test? Some 25 bot calls too. Still no change in the 6,000 pits. Hmm. Still some bot calls up at 25. I'm trying better to understand delta neutral versus delta neutral, gamma neutral. Can you explain how trading above DN is different than trading above GN? Hmm. Um, so delta environments, which I guess we don't really spend a lot of time talking about, between negative and positive, are directionally biased. So price action benefits from moving in one direction or the other. In a negative delta environment, price moving down will likely to continue to move down. In a positive delta environment, price moving up will likely continue to move up. In positive gamma in gamma environments, so this is delta. In positive gamma environments, you're more concerned with like convexity or like volatility. So you don't really benefit from the price with you don't really benefit from the directionality. You benefit from the behavior of the market maker in that environment, which is that in a positive environment, the market maker is buying the downtick. And in a negative gamma environment, they're selling the downtick, buying the uptick. And so this pushes volatility up. This pushes IV down. Oh. And so you want to think about these environments in combination with one another. If the delta is directionally biased towards the upside and the MM is crushing implied volatility, you're likely to continue going up, but you're likely to start going up at a slower pace. So upside moves in a negative gamma environment that are positive delta tend to be up very rapidly. And both are positive, you kind of go up like that. If gamma's negative and delta's positive, you're likely to go down, but like very choppy. If they're both negative, you go down like that. So plus plus minus plus, or sorry, minus plus plus plus. Wait, hold on. This is really good if I can figure it out. So negative, so plus minus, there we go. Plus plus minus plus minus minus. Yeah, the flips. That's why we give them. Are you calling dork low T because you're He doesn't conform to your wild made up facts. Tell me more about how our country was invaded, Bob. Oh no, the invasion, it's suppressing me. Why don't you just finish high school so you could get a real job? I'm complaining about the administration in power breaking the law, which is illegal and treasonous. I don't care why they're breaking the law. That's not relevant. You claim to care about our country, but are willing to throw away the foundational elements of it to get the thing you want because you don't like brown people. Doesn't matter what other treasonous thing happened before. This is the treasonous thing happening now. You don't fix one one illegal action by performing a second one. You dumb fuck. Just time him out, dork. He has nothing of value. If you guys want to argue about it in DMs or something. I'm sure one of you will convince the other that everything you believe in is wrong. That's always the quickest path to a resolution. We're supposed to get tariff news? Something from China. Bullshit. I don't know when you bought puts, but I'm going to assume they're currently fucked. There's still a big synthetic short at 6,000, but I'm sure it's largely there for the purpose of a negative outcome to the trade talks. Trump speaking at 2 p.m. Um, I forget what it was for though. He's speaking at the Invest America Roundtable, and Apple's having their annual worldwide development conference right now. Do we want to watch that? Oh my god, they're doing the Nvidia thing. Wait, I thought they got rid of the Vision Pro.
New. And we think it's going to be pretty big. We're opening up access for any app to tap directly into the on-device large language model at the core of Apple Intelligence with a new foundation models framework.
Oh, I'm not watching this. It's gonna have like 1,000 different like copywritten sound bites. That guy had a really genius wardrobe idea. He had a little donger, right? But he pulled his pants up super high. Pants up here. So that the like the seam of his pants was up above his wiener. And that made it look like he had a slightly bigger donger. And that's the most important thing you're going to get from that entire conference. It's called the Moose Knuckle. How dare you talk about Craig Federici like that? Clipped the only thing I've learned in 4 years. I sold an iron fly 10 minutes before the market decided it wasn't going to stay in the same $10 range anymore. Nice. I just needed to close under Vega neutral, but ideally at 6,000. A fun day. We need to test at 5980, and we can close at 6,000. That seems unlikely. Oh man, Apple's selling off. The investors don't like the moose knuckle. Abort. Pull your pants down slightly further. We already tested 620. Well, 1955, which was pretty close. Ooh, the Apple sell-off's accelerating. Investors want more than this iPhone now comes with magenta and mustard colors. But wait, they have AI factories. You can link your app to AI on Apple. I want to replace my eyeballs with iPhones. But then you'd get a new eyeball every 3 years. Because they keep making putting more cameras on them. Oof. I love that fucking Apple's selling off, but NQ's flat. Your vision's gonna get slightly worse after every update. The Apple sell-off is due to them not presenting the new AI Siri version at WWDC, or the sell-off is due to them releasing the same product that everyone else has already been releasing for the last 2 years. 2 years too late. You think that might be it? A little? Okay, the National Guard can't deport anybody. Jesus fucking Christ. Do you people not know how our government works? I'm legitimately concerned that you think that military personnel and or police are allowed to deport people legally. In fairness, our government doesn't know how our government works. That's true. Who here besides Gherk took AP US history and AP US government in high school? I thought those were like the basics. Like, don't you learn that shit in like 8th grade? When they start with the Constitution? It looks like there's three of us. Oh man. Maybe we could get invaded by like Britain again or colonized by Britain again, and they could import some intelligent people, and like 200 years from now we can have a good government again. You think? That's how it worked the first time. I have 3 useless degrees in economics, policy, and politics. It feels as if I haven't learned more. Apple's still selling off. Pretty hard. Don't do the dork thing with the third party voting. I teach APUS. Are your students learning it though? I think the lack in AI progress is the catalyst for investors to realize that Apple has grown stagnant in the innovation department. Really? It wasn't the last 10 years of them releasing the same exact phone over and over again? That's what would have convinced me. Do students still learn? I don't even know. I said democrating because talking and typing 2 different conversations is not something brain make good happen. Okay, that's alright. No judgment. We're talking about Apple investors. It's full of boomers that can barely even navigate a phone properly. No, Apple investors is just everyone. Everyone that's ever invested money into any fund in the entire world owns some Apple. Top 3 nuts: 1, pistachios; 2, macadamia nuts; 3, smoked almonds. This isn't a debate. Are you just being technical about cashews, or did you forget to put them in on the top of the list? I do know about fully auto espresso machines. They suck. Jura, probably, or Melee. Okay, so we are going to be specific about the definition of cashews. Fine, fine. Yeah, Enphase is doing good today. Brazilian nuts? Brazil nuts. Technically speaking, none of the nuts on that list are actual nuts. Chestnuts, hazelnuts, acorns. Those are true nuts. Almonds, cashews, pistachios, walnuts, pecans are all Droop seeds. And a coconut is a droop. Macadamia nuts are also droop seeds, which is a seed from a hard-shelled fruit. Pine nuts are a gymnosperm seed. Coincidentally, droop nuts was my nickname in high school. This is why you wear briefs in gym class. Did you want me to read that with sound effects? I'm not Persian. Top 3 droop seeds: 1 pistachio, 2 macadamia, 3 almonds. Oh, so now the almond has usurped the smoked almond. Did you guys know if you eat too many Brazil nuts, you'll get selenium toxicity? No, not same like Celsius. Positioning update. We got some bot calls at 60:15 and 6:05, and there's still a bunch of bot calls out at 60:25 that didn't close. But there's bot puts at 60:20 and still a metric fuck ton of bot puts at 6,000. Also, more sold puts on the downside move. 60:15, 60:10. Is there a way to foresee these SPX calls printing ahead of time? Yeah, this morning when I said above 6,000, we would trade between 6,000 and 60:20. Does the metric fuck ton of 6,000 Ps act like a tractor beam or what? No, it's a synthetic short. So it's actually slightly supportive to the upside near near like 1.0 moneyness. So like as let me actually just show you guys on here. This will be easier. So these are all down at 6,000 right now. So if we look at like the gamma on these into as we approach expiration, right now, oh, hold on, let me go a little bit into the future because this gets weird. So you see, as we move down, gamma exposure increases because of that positioning. And this acts actually as like a supportive buffer on the upside of the synthetic. Gamma falls off to the upside, which does make it harder to move up. But it also makes it harder to pull back to like 6,000. So you generally need like ignore that. That's just them miscalculating stuff. You generally need like a rejection with some volatility, and because if volatility goes up a little bit, that'll flatten out this fucking piece of shit. Here, I'll just do it from the dealer side. So you can, cause it's flip-flopping. And so but if you get over 6,000 or just under it, gamma will start to fall off, and it can act as an accelerant to the downside, like under 85. So it's supportive out to like 217, resistive down to 6,000, or well, supportive down to 6,000, from 6,000 to 17, resistive above 17, and then fucking Christ, that's annoying. They really need to fix this. And then the other way, from 6,000 to like 59.85, it acts as a barrier to upside moves. So it's resistive here, supportive here. Fucking stupid. What the fuck is pine nut syndrome? Holy shit. It's linked to a species of pine nut that's considered inedible. Yeah, you're not supposed to eat those pine nuts. They come from the Chinese white pine. Don't appear to be native to the United States. Maybe they are. No. Hmm. Check on squamps. The supportive gamma on it will flatten out as you approach the end of day. So when you're to the upside of it, it can act as a draw to the downside. But the same is true when falling under it. Um, so yeah, it kind of starts to flatten out into the end of the day. What happened to the days of you drawing lines of resistance, etc.? I still do that. I can't annotate this chart, so I can't really show you that, but I put all the technical shit in Pickles Picks every night. You can just copy it. It's gonna be a while before we're able to add chart annotation. It's kind of a bitch. What happened besides the data platform, detailed Pickles Picks, and live stream every day? I don't know. I want to see 605 one more time. I'm okay with that being more towards the end of the day, though. Also, just be aware that if like anything comes out about the Chinese trade negotiations and it's positive, the market could definitely just push up to like 60-40, 35-40. Like there's room for call buying to drive price higher. Mm, yeah, like 35 or 40. Probably not going to get above that, but that is possible. Just clone nuke, like that movie Multiplicity. No, I feel like if there were two nukes, they would spend all their time trying to eliminate the other nuke. This fix used to be a bunch of stocks with entries and exits. Did that go away, or is it somewhere I don't know about? No, it didn't go away. Well, it's gone away for right now, but it's not gone away. The things that are worth buying right now are wildly overpriced, and volatility is high, which makes Most of the underlying equities outside of dispersion, kind of not a great deal. Yeah, I know. Also, if you look at the start of Pickles Picks, there's a whole bunch of individual equity tickers. No, probably will come back. When did you stop? Right around the time where everything was trading at a PE of like 50 and the economy was fucked. It's about 5 months ago. How would you describe the market we're in? This is a bear market? No, it's a bit stagnant. It's a bit of a stagnant market, or at least kind of has been since the April sell-off. Yeah, Carvana's got some support at 330. They're up 150%. I'm not sure if I should take profits. Mm, let's see. I mean, most of the upside resistance is right around the 350 mark. I guess there could be some a little lower here, like 342-ish, but Yeah, but for right now, for those of you that want to play equities over indexes, at the beginning of the week, I still do a fairly extensive write up on like several equities that are discussed during the Sunday stream. As volatility gets lower, I'll be more interested in equities, but I mean, like 3 month vol is still floating right around 20 right now. So it's not like indexes have locked up to the point where you can only sell puts and do nothing. It's getting there. Inverted head and shoulders. Yeah, like a little bit of one. Although I think that's still just like a retest at 20. I don't know if it's going to lead to anything else. There's still quite a lot of bot puts at the 20 strike. There's some bot calls at 15 that are kind of holding things up. Sold puts, a lot of sold puts at 10, 605, 6,000 that have been coming in. There's sold calls at 20 and a big fat pile of sold calls at 30 and 35. Inverse head and shoulders don't necessarily have anything to do with a bearish trend. I mean, you had bullish consolidation that broke down and then reversed back up. So the bullish consolidation was here after the initial high test. And then that failed right here. Sold off a little bit. That was at the Apple shit. Then we bounced back, got a new high. And so far that hasn't really broken down. So this trend here is remaining fairly consistent. But it is this consolidation is now bearish. This is upside consolidation into resistance. And so that could just break down again, potentially. Selling puts above VN. Shouldn't we be heading back down? There's still a lot of bot calls though. Yeah, I mean, selling puts up here pulls VN up, so it doesn't have a it doesn't pressure the upside significantly because the market maker is just not exposed to the Vega anymore. What are your thoughts on CCCS? It hasn't gotten to $10 yet, which kind of sucks. It did recover really quickly from today's drop. Lemonheads, hard candy. Boy, this chat's really gone wild, gone downhill. Aren't Werther's Originals butterscotch? Maybe they're not. Yeah? Okay. They don't taste quite the same as those like the yellow butterscotch candies. Thanks, Spirit. I'll do my best. Caramel. Hard caramel? Hmm. Yeah, it makes more sense. Lemon heads and hard caramel? Oh, this is boring. Volatility doesn't really pick up much to the downside. We'd have to get back under like 60.15. And then it starts to kind of slide up. Under 10, even more. Apple kind of recovered on a bounce at 200. Mm. The top 3 lists aren't entertaining you? I mean, you did hard candies. Yeah, Trump's. I thought Trump was going live in 8 minutes. Did he push it out? Oh, now they're saying 210. Fuck. Tesla regained 300. Ooh, that's interesting. That could be the start of like a pretty decent reversal. Enphase still got the juice. Yeah, the out of the money positioning wasn't short dated by any means. Enphase broke up through the prior consolidation today, so it does have the trend breakout now. To where it failed a couple days ago. It's now higher again. This is where it failed on Wednesday. Pulled back to like 40, which is where support was, 40, 42. And now looks like we're on track for a test of 45 and a breakout. So maybe push to close the gap, which is what I was hoping for. But there is room further out to the upside as well. A conservative entry is still on a break of 45, but um, it's definitely retesting that. I was surprised the dollar is still down today. Can you mod me in the Discord really quick so I can enforce everybody going to political shitposting channel to politically shitpost? Are people politically shitposting in the SPX channel? Is it you? Surprisingly, no. When SPX rug? I don't know. We're getting traction on the 20 strike. Maybe later. I mean, this is still resistance, but there's some bot calls at 60.25. I'm not sure this is going to break up or not. I mean, if they start buying out of the money calls again here, sure. But otherwise, this probably fails. Trump's speech has got pushed back 10 minutes. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Fucking seriously? Has there not even been a talk yet? Jesus fucking Christ. Supportive calls started selling off, which, I mean, you guys can already tell, but looks like we did get that 20, little above 20 test. Seems like most of the calls at 25 are gone now. Still a few calls left at 60-10, but not many. What's holding up this up if all those calls are gone? There's sold puts below spot at 15.10, but the majority of them at 6.005, just at VN. And then Charm, I mean, we're getting pretty close to 3 o'clock here. So slightly positive Charm, not very. I made fried rice and some gyoza. It's like vegetable fried rice with well, brown rice, which is kind of awful, but like mushroom, carrot, peas, onion, garlic, butter, edamame, corn, carrot, red pepper, and then I made like a pan of gyoza. Look at the bottoms. Nailed it. What's the yellow graph on the SPX? It's a dead indicator that me and Nuke built that doesn't do anything or tell you any. Well, it does something, but we don't know what it does. It's also not bound to the graph, so it has no technical relevance. But it gets the people going.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
How much taxpayer money goes on having a live band at every single fucking event Trump goes to?
We've had some exciting days.
Also, it's cool that he's employing musicians.
Mostly good. Some of the things you're reading about in Los Angeles, thank goodness we sent out some wonderful National Guard. They've really helped, and a lot of problems they were having out there. They were afraid to do anything, and we sent out the troops, and they've done a fantastic job. So I want to thank them very much. I also want to thank you.
Good job shooting rubber bullets at unarmed civilians. Congratulations, guys. You did it. That's what you signed up for. Protect and serve.
Very well. The Trump accounts, as they call it, pilot program, which will make it possible for countless American children to have a strong start in life at no cost to the American taxpayer. Absolutely no cost. It's going to have a huge impact. I want to thank House Speaker Mike Johnson for, number one, being a great speaker, and number two, perhaps slightly less important, for being here today.
I'm pretty sure that's the LAPD, though.
Along with Chairman Jason Smith, who's fantastic, and Representatives French Hill, August Pfluger, Blake Moore, Rob Bresnahan, and Frank Lucas. Thank you all, fellas. Thank you very much. We appreciate it very much. Thanks as well to many top business leaders from Invest America, CEO, Council. It's been a wonderful council. They've come up with some fantastic ideas. We're putting them into use. They're really the greatest business minds we have today. These men and women lead large, successful companies, and they're committed to contributing millions of dollars to the Trump account. And it's really, it's going to be something incredible for children and for their employees in many cases. Here's how the accounts work. For every U.S. citizen born after December 31st, 2024, before January 1st, 2029, the federal government will make a one-time contribution of $1,000 into a tax-deferred account that will track the overall stock market. In other words, it'll be pegged to an index that we'll pick. Right, Michael? We'll pick it. We'll pick a good one. Maybe you should be the index. I'd like to have that. These kids would be very wealthy if that were the case. That would be a good idea. I think we might do that, Michael Dell. These accounts will be private property controlled by the child's guardians, and in many cases, those guardians will be the parents. We think probably the parents will be the guardians. They'll be open for additional private contributions each year from family, friends, parents, employers, churches, private foundations, and more. This is a pro-family initiative that will help millions of Americans harness the strength of our economy to lift up the next generation, and they'll really be getting a big jump on life, especially if we get a little bit lucky with some of the numbers and the economies into the future. In addition to the substantial financial benefits of investing early in life, extensive research shows that children with savings accounts are more likely
18 years with an average of
high school
10% with an initial
buy a
investment
home,
of
start a
$1,000.
business, and are less likely to be incarcerated. Trump accounts will contribute to the lifelong success of millions of newborn babies. They'll are fully, and this will be very interesting, I think, for everybody to hear. They are
Let's
fully
do it at
funded
3%
through
inflation.
targeted reforms in the One Big Beautiful Bill, like the $1.7 trillion in mandatory savings, welfare reforms to stop waste and fraud, a 3.5% remittance tax, and more. And it's just a part of that.
So you get $5,500.
The bill is among the most important pieces of legislation in our country's history. I don't think
You would have
there's ever
gotten
been
more
anything
for
bigger.
having a failing small business
I
during
think it's going
COVID.
to go down as certainly one of the most important things we'll ever have done. In addition to the largest tax cuts in the history of our country, including the most powerful border security measures ever. It delivers major economic relief to the American workers, families, and there's so many things. Rebuilding our military, we built it just 8 years ago. We started and did a great job, but now we have to rebuild it again. Plus technology change. All of a sudden, it's about drone.
It's
You know,
only
we have a new form of
318,000 to
warfare.
raise a
It's
child.
drone warfare. So a lot of things change. We did a great job
At the
with
bare
military,
minimum.
but now we're going to have to do some little tweaks, to put it mildly. And we'll be doing that, and we have it all nicely funded. I look forward to signing this into law. It's really something that we're having such an opportunity. And I have to say, he's here with us. He's a person that I've admired for a long time. You take a look at what he's done and followed his record. And it's Dell Chairman Michael Dell. He's done such an incredible job. It's as a business person, I study business people, and that's a perfect one to study. It should be almost mandatory reading. So I want to congratulate
18 years,
you on that. Thank
10%
you for
rate
the
of
idea,
return,
because you're the first one
$1,000
that
initial
really
investment with
brought this to
expected
my
inflation
attention.
at
I know that you and
3%.
your friends have been talking about it for a long time, but other presidents didn't get it done, Michael. Right?
Leaves you
So
with
we got it done.
$559.92 after 18
Thank you
years.
very much. Sure. I want to also give some recognition to my friend Brad Gerstner, who helped get us all organized.
You chucking some money into some index funds for your kids today?
And also, we have with us a very powerful man in the world of business, CEO David Solomon of Goldman Sachs. David, thank you very much.
Thank you for having me
Longtime
here
friend.
today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Uber CEO Dara Khosrowshahi.
If you do 10,000, you end up with 55,
Thank you very
which
much.
seems
That's a hell of
substantial
a
in
name,
today's money.
but you've done a hell of a job, so that's appropriate. And also, again, Chairman Smith for doing such a job. Nobody knows taxes better than Chairman Smith. When we have a problem, Mike, we go to see Chairman Smith, right? So I want to thank you very much, Dara and Chairman Smith. I appreciate it. So I'd like to begin by asking Speaker Johnson to say a few words. And I think
Oh, it's a retirement
we're
account
gonna go
for
to Michael
children?
Bell, David Solomon. We're going to go to Dara, and then
Usually accounts given to the
Smith. Thank
government
you
by
very
the
much.
government at birth are available,
President, thank you so
accessible
much
at
for your bold
18.
Visionary leadership. It is the key to all of this great success
For
that we are
school.
achieving. And the one big beautiful bill, it is not an overstatement to say it will be one of the most consequential pieces of legislation in the history of Congress. There's a lot in here, and by extension, or I would say,
Yeah, because it completely upends the judicial's ability to control the executive branch and permits the use of AI for
Thank you very much. That's a beautiful statement, huh?
domestic
I like him, too.
espionage.
Thank you.
it's a statement of objective fact, and every work in America.
So yeah, it's a really big bill that has fuck all to do with taxes.
This concept that we're discussing today. If you have a 401k, you understand the power of investing early for the future. Trump accounts take that same principle, and they apply it from the very beginning of Americans' lives. It's a pretty simple concept. The families that opt in will receive a one-time payment of $1,000 to a
Newborns buying the index dip? Yeah, they just need more people
It's a bold, transformative
buying the dip.
that gives every eligible American child a financial head start from day one. Republicans are proud to be the party that we always have been, that supports life and families and prosperity and opportunity. And Trump accounts are all about setting up the next
We just need more people. Yeah, we were getting them from other countries. It was great.
The game changer. It could be a difference. It could pave the way for
You want some fuck glorp? Nuke, I don't think me and you could produce a child together. I'm sorry.
So even $1,000 at birth will put these Americans in a better position than over
Also,
half of American
it'd be
adults.
so autistic it wouldn't even be able to function.
So this would be a remedy to that great problem, and it will encourage the free market. It will encourage investment and understanding capitalism. All these things that we want to foster among the American people, so that the economy and individual lives.
Oh, I haven't told you. I am Miss Nuke.
Unless we pass our one big beautiful bill through Congress.
Okay, you know, congratulations on your
If we fail to deliver, and we will not have
progression there.
rocket fuel to the U.S. economy, and that's why this is so very important. Passing this pro-growth legislation will help every single American. From Trump accounts, this is one of the components of it, to eliminating taxes on tips and overtime, to reducing red tape on Main Street. And the one big beautiful bill is going to drive prosperity. It's going to create jobs.
Are all the puts gone now? You mean the big pile of synthetic short?
Will go up. We'll have more
No.
opportunity, more economic opportunity for more people. So you can climb
No.
up that
It's
ladder. To the next
slightly
level.
reduced, but
Typical
still
family with 2 children
large.
is going to see their take-home pay increase by up to $13,300 a year. That's real money to real people. This legislation is geared for hardworking Americans, and it is going to help everybody. And we are excited to deliver it. It can't happen soon enough.
Doesn't the government know that they could just buy a single 0 DTE and get way better returns?
We're excited. Mr. President, thanks again for your leadership, to all the great leaders around this table for all that they invest to our economy and our country and its government. And I will, as we say in the House, I'll yield back.
End of day
Thank you,
prediction?
appreciate it, and again, for a great job. Thank you.
Probably between VN and VNW and
Mr. President, I
VNM.
believe this is an incredible moment for all of us here today, and it's wonderful to be with some of the leaders of the most successful companies in the world as we come together to invest in the future of our country. We see the Invest America Act and the establishment of these Trump accounts as a simple yet powerful way to transform lives. Decades of research have shown that giving children a financial head start profoundly impacts their long-term success. With these accounts, children will be much more likely to graduate from college, to start a business, to buy a home, and achieve lifelong financial stability. Dell Technologies is proud to be one of the very first companies to support the Invest America Act, a bill that provides every child with a $1,000 seed investment account at birth. This is a straightforward step with enduring benefits. Following your inspiring lead, Mr. President, Dell Technologies will match the government's contributions, dollar for every child born to a Dell team member. This isn't just a new benefit, this is an investment in our people, their families, our communities, and America's future. And it embodies our core belief that opportunity...
No, you're just trying to prop up equities so you can figure out how to fix the bond market.
Foundation have been closely studying the Invest America Act. And assuming that it becomes law, we expect to make a very significant gift. We view this as
Oh yeah, there'll be a management fee or something.
Philanthropic innovation aimed at helping children thrive wherever they come from, particularly those families who have been historically...
You're not, like, it's not going to be like a direct fee. It's just going to be like, you're going to get 7% returns and they're going to keep the other 3%.
To participate in history's greatest engine of economic growth, the American economy. The funds in these accounts invested in American enterprise and innovation will grow over time into substantial nest eggs, providing support for education, home ownership, and starting families. The ability of families, friends, benefactors, and employers to match the government's generosity amplifies the life-changing potential of this initiative. Thank you, Mr. President, for your visionary leadership on this critical issue. These Invest America accounts will profoundly impact countless young Americans, ensuring they truly benefit from what Abraham Lincoln described as the right of every American, the right to rise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. And we really have come a long way since you came to see me about 6 months ago with your beautiful wife. We had a nice talk. I said, that sounds pretty good. Let's think about that. And it's everybody I've spoken to about it, they can't even believe it. And because of great politicians...
When did the Republicans take a page out of the Scandinavian Social Democrat playbook and start handing out money to the public? Right around the time they started a sovereign wealth fund with $36 trillion of debt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm thrilled to be here with everyone and excited to participate in this important and timely discussion. I'd also like to acknowledge the efforts of so many in Congress on this very significant issue, and in particular the members here, and particularly the leadership of Senator Cruz and Representative Moore, who've played a big role in helping drive this forward.
Everything but taxing the rich. Well, think about it.
The leadership of Brad Gerstner and Michael Dell in really having the vision, the energy, the passion, the commitment to help move this forward. So
if Elon gave $50,000 to every U.S. citizen,
innovative economy in the world, but one of the most important is the fact that our system of democratic capitalism incentivizes a culture that does not penalize people for taking risks. In fact, it incentivizes people to have a vision to go out and attract funding that's necessary to make their vision a reality. It is no mistake that many of the most important innovative
16
companies in the world
trillion?
today started in a parent's garage or on a college campus or in any one of a number of unlikely places in the United States. One of my worries is that our current and future generations of young people don't fully appreciate.
And we'd
as
spend it on
educated
zero
as well as they can
TTs.
be on
I mean, if you gave
markets,
$1,000 to
how
every U.S.
capitalism is not
citizen, you'd
perfect,
still
but
have
helps fuel the American dream.
$147
This
billion.
initiative gets at the core of binding those future generations to the benefits and the potential of America's great companies and markets. Early childhood investments have far-reaching benefits, and Goldman Sachs is proud to support this initiative. This is an exciting opportunity for public-private partnership and for both communities and companies to invest in young people, the future of America. Once we see the Invest in America Act signed into law, Goldman Sachs would be excited to further support this Invest in America initiative. We believe passionately in our capital markets. They are an enormous competitive strength for the United States, and we know that our economy's future vitality is dependent on young people understanding
Investing in children? What about education and healthcare? AI will teach them.
to the lives of people around the world. Thank you,
And
Mr.
we only
President,
want
for
the
helping drive this
survivors.
forward, and I look forward to continued partnership on this effort.
Thank you very much, David. Dara, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. President, for hosting us here today.
The $1,000
It's
covers
incredible
all of
honor
that.
to be here in a place that symbolizes the very opportunity that has defined my life. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Michael, for your vision. We all strive to build something that lasts, and the Invest in America Act is a legacy that is going to last for generations. President Trump, thank you for your leadership. Your support is going to turn this powerful idea into powerful reality for millions of young Americans. Now, I was 9 years
Yeah,
old. when I
investment,
came to
no,
this
because
country,
investment
and
banks love giving away money.
America
That's why
had
they're so
fled,
excited.
The Iranian Revolution.
They're totally not going to kill
We
in on
had
this.
lost everything that we had built. But we gained something far more valuable here. We gained a chance to rebuild again. We had a close-knit family, we had access to world-class education, and we had the one thing that fuels every American dream, and that's hope. So what if we could bottle up that hope? What if we could give that same power of hope, real, tangible hope that comes from having a stake in your own future and a stake in the best companies in the world to every single child that's born in this country? That's the promise of the Invest America Act. It's not just an account, it's a launch pad. It puts the unstoppable engine of compounding to work for our kids, building a future for them from day one. This mission is personal to me, and it's core to us at Uber. Every day we see people using our platform to create opportunities for themselves, to save for a home, to pay for tuition, to build their own American dream one trip at a time. And that's why Uber is so proud to support this bill, which also includes benefits for millions of Uber drivers and couriers in the form of no tax on tips. Mr. President, our earners are grateful for your support.
Thank you very much. Right? What a great job. You know, when you think we're doing a lot of work on Iran right now, and
Yes.
I see that what you just said, you came here and they took it
Absolutely.
all away from you, and you started, and you've become one of the biggest anywhere in the world. What a great story that is.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Congratulations.
And we wish you
Amazing.
all the success there.
Thank you very much. We'll need it. We're going to need it for that. That's it.
They're tough negotiators.
They're great negotiators.
Yes.
Among the best. Look at
Yes.
you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, dear. Jason, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to first start off by thanking you for your leadership, your vision, your commitment to.
I got a
workers
giant
and
container of
families
Reese's
throughout this
Pieces.
country. The One Big Beautiful Bill would not have been possible without you, and it delivers the largest tax cut in U.S. history, the largest mandatory spending cuts in U.S. history, the most significant welfare reforms in U.S. history, and the largest one-time investment in border security. So it's things to be extremely proud about. Representing Southeast Missouri, I'm extremely proud about how you're delivering for working families. No tax on tips. A waitress like the waitress in Nevada that talk to you about no tax on tips. And the
Uber's
other
just a reverse
404
mortgage on your
million
vehicle.
Tipped employees in the country, they will see an extra $1,700 in their paycheck because of the no tax on tips. That's significant for someone who's just trying to put food on their table and clothes on their backs. The linemen working overtime to restore power will get an additional $1,750 into their paycheck. Seniors will get $72 billion in tax cuts. The Trump investment accounts will be a game changer for new parents, even before their newborn baby can walk or talk.
This guy's
The child
amazing
will
at
have
working
money
the
saved
shaft
to one
and
day
balls
learn a trade, start
simultaneously.
a business, or to buy a home. Every child born under this policy will have a better shot at a future.
Oh,
It
I
does
know.
not
I'm taking
matter
notes.
if they live on a city block or on a county road. This will make a significant difference to their lives, and it's because of your leadership, Mr. President, and we say thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Jason, and hopefully we're going to get that through, and we have a certain date picked out, an ideal date. If it takes a little longer, that's okay, but ideally we're going to get by a certain date. And again, I think it's one of the most important pieces of legislation we've ever had before us and that the country's ever had. I'd like to ask, if I might, Brad Gerstner, one of the most successful people in our country. I'm a friend of Michael very much, and Michael has great respect. And if you don't mind, Brad, I'd like to say a few words, please. Thank you.
Well, first, it's a great honor and privilege to be here. We wouldn't be here without your leadership. And for me personally, to be here with my son, Lincoln Gerstner, happens to be named after the gentleman over your right shoulder.
Where's Lincoln? Well, he's good looking. He's much better looking than you. What happened?
Hey, we all want our kids to be better than ourselves. But it was around our small kitchen table that this idea was really born. I started off.
Donald Trump looks a lot like my
Jason
grandma when
Smith
she was
a
like in
small
her
rural
90s.
town in Indiana. My dad
Like
lost
fatter,
everything in
but
1978.
same
trying to
hair.
Start an auto parts company, and the Japanese were tearing apart our auto industry. We had double-digit interest rates and inflation. Our family mortgaged the house to keep the company going and ultimately lost everything. So I know a little something about starting with nothing. And I know what it felt like that first time you had a little skin in the game, where you thought you had a shot. You went from nothing to something. And like Dara said, that is the great story of America.
Trump should have said what he
The
wanted to
promise
say,
that
which
there's
is,
no
I can't believe you
the
named your
promise we can
child
move up that
after
ladder.
the second
But
greatest president of
today,
all time.
We've moved to a society of dependency, right? I saw somebody answer the White House's tweet on this today by saying the answer
Grandma had
to
an orange
socialism
tint. She was
is more
Sicilian, so
capitalism. This is more capitalism.
little.
This is aligning every child in America with the upside of free markets and the benefits. And that is your Main Street agenda, Mr. President. No tax on tips, that doesn't help rich folks. That helps the people who feel left out and left behind. No tax on overtime, no tax or deduction on Social
I've never seen
Security,
pictures of his
and
mother.
the Trump accounts, right, that everybody in this room are here and we've been working so hard on, but would never come to fruition without your leadership. Those will change the game forever. It makes America an ownership society again, because all of those kids will see the benefit of compounding. If you start with $1,000 and $750 is added a year by parents, grandparents, by churches, by the companies in this room who will all contribute to the accounts of the kids of their employees, by the great philanthropists in America. I think $750 is a low estimate per year.
I think so.
But if you do that, by age 18, Mr. President, these are worth $50,000. By age 30, they're worth $175,000. And if you do it every year of your life, at age 50, they're worth $1 million. You are giving the shot for every American to feel.
Oh, now we're
again.
doing, hold on.
Part of
Everything's
America,
going to change.
economic mobility.
Because now we're doing
Let Michael
$750 a
Dell
year
start Dell Computer
in
at
additional
Sterling.
investment.
Dara to feel like he had a shot after coming here from Iran, and a couple poor kids from Missouri and Indiana to make it to where we are today. So thank you for your leadership. This would not happen without the reconciliation bill and the work of the many in this room, but spearheaded by the Speaker and Jason Smith, the big, beautiful bill. This is the vehicle to get the Invest America Act passed. So thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Brad. Great job. And nobody knew I was going to call you. You might have done the best job of the group. Got to think about that, Mike. Good recommendation, Michael. Does anybody have any questions? I think it's something that's really got to be talked about because it's somewhat of a miracle that we're close to pulling it off. Please.
We put Independence Day as a self-imposed deadline, and we certainly hope, I believe, we can still meet that. It's up to the Senate. The bill's in the Senate's hands now, but spoke with Leader Thune as recently as last night.
Who the fuck is this guy?
You see the Senate going through the same deliberations we went through in the House, except we had 14 months to do it.
Oh, is that Mike Johnson?
To get that done, but as you all know, I've encouraged
What a fucking dildo.
colleagues over there, don't modify it too much because we've got a very delicate balance that we reached, and it took us a long time to get there, and we don't want to upset that balance too much. So they're putting their fingerprints on it. I hope it'll be a light touch, and they'll send it back, and we'll get this thing done and get to the president's desk.
And really, we have tremendous spirit.
Shocking that he's from the state known for
Just
political corruption.
Unbelievable. We'll always have a couple of people. I don't want to use the word grandstanders. I'd never use such a word, but you'll always have that a little bit. But maybe you won't even have that. Who knows? There's tremendous spirit for this bill. I think like we haven't seen very much, Jason, right? We haven't seen too much. So I think it's going to go pretty quickly.
Prime Minister Netanyahu, you just mentioned Iran. Did you discuss Iran?
Very
Did you
well.
discuss
We
the
discussed
Gaza
a lot of things.
the Gaza war?
Yeah, we discussed a lot of things, and it went very well, very smooth. We'll see what happens. You know, we're trying to do something with a country.
No, he's from Louisiana.
I think you should negotiate this. You might be better. I think I'm going to send you today. What a good idea. This could have been the idea of the day. We'll have Derek get up and negotiate. They are good negotiators, but they're tough. Sometimes they can be too tough. That's the problem. So we're trying to make a deal so that there's no destruction and death. And we've told them that, and I've told them that, and I hope that's the way it works out. But it might not work out that way. We'll soon find out. Yeah, please.
In 2020, when you were talking about unrest in American cities, you said, quote, "We have to go by the laws. We can't call in the National Guard unless we're requested by a governor." What changed now? Why is this situation different to not consult with Governor Newsom about this?
Well, the biggest change from that statement is we have an incompetent governor. So I talked about governors, but I didn't talk about he's an incompetent governor. Look at the job he's doing in California. He's destroying one of our great states. And if I didn't get involved, if we didn't bring the Guard in, and we would bring more in if we needed it, because we have to make sure there's going to be law and order. You had a disaster happening. And they now admit it was a disaster. I watched the chief yesterday, who's a good man, by the way, and he said, "Wow, we're lucky we did this because they were overwhelmed. You saw what was happening, so we did the right thing. Everybody agrees to that. But you have a governor who let the city burn down, didn't want water to be sent down to him. And I sent billions of gallons of water. I wanted to do it in the first term. He wouldn't do it over." I don't know. They have environmental reasons, but
Louisiana's not the most corrupt
I think
state.
it's just a political philosophy. But
it's one of
it's
them.
lucky for the people in Los Angeles and in California that we did what we did. We got it just in time. It's still simmering a little bit, but not very much. Yep.
And what crime has he committed that would warrant his arrest? What crime has Governor Newsom committed?
A crime has he committed?
Yeah, to warrant his arrest, as you had
I think his
suggested earlier.
primary crime is running for governor because he's done such a bad job. What he's done to that state is like what Biden did to this country. And that's pretty bad. It's the wrong philosophy. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants.
The
many
troops
of
stayed
them
on federal property and did
taking up
nothing.
their healthcare, they're
He
taking
didn't
up
solve
their
anything.
schools,
There was
they're
nothing to
taking up their
solve.
hospital. And in many cases, they're criminals. And we have to do something about it, and we're doing something about it. I want to thank the incredible patriots of ICE and Tom Homan, who has been incredible, and Kristi Noem, likewise incredible. The job they're doing. And it's like an unforced error. There was no reason for this. 21 million people were allowed into our country, and many of those people were criminals.
Why does that
And
number
it's a
keep
shame.
changing?
It's a shame, but we're getting them out, and I will say I think it's a 95-5 issue, just like so many other issues, 95-5. And the Democrats lost an election in a landslide because they're on the wrong side of the issues. I mean, it's not even conceivable that somebody would do the kind of things that he did. And then, you talk about projects. They want to build a train going from San Francisco to L.A., and it's costing hundreds of billions of dollars more than they thought it was going to cost. It's not even believable. To Brad and to people sitting here, would you believe that a train, it was going to cost X dollars, and it might be 100 times X?
Would have paid for this for about 50 million American children.
You're right.
50 million American
Welcome to
children.
Tillionaire, Gray Pubes.
Train track that never got built.
I'll get you a song as soon as
With no experience, you would have done a good job. I guarantee
soon as
you that.
Trump's done talking.
Please, Peter.
President, have you gotten an
Yeah,
update
Peter,
from
Peter,
your
Peter, go ahead.
negotiating?
Thank you, President Trump. So it seems like Gavin Newsom likes the attention that he's getting right now from
I do.
you.
Yeah, I think
It
he
seems like he does. If you look at recent history, somebody who was running for president, you, who got arrested and had a mugshot, you could make the argument that politically that wound up helping you. Are you worried at all at this moment that talking about him getting arrested could be helpful to his political prospects? Because a lot of people think he wants to be sitting right where you are.
Well, in my case, it was a witch hunt, and everybody knew it. And I was able to explain that during the process. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. And it was a total witch hunt. It's proven to be a witch hunt, and you see what's happened. In his case, it really is very obvious. You look at what's happened.
You're an
between
OG
the
with
fires,
GME River runs dry, DD. The GME River is gradually filling right now.
The trains we talk about. All
That's
of the
not
costs
quite how
in
that works.
California, you talk about all of the people that are flowing in, destroying life for everyone else.
But sort of.
So no, I don't think it's going to help him. I think it's actually very bad for him.
And right around the time that we were walking in here, the governor and the state attorney general said that they're going to sue you for sending the National Guard in. They're saying there's no invasion, there's no rebellion. The president is trying to manufacture chaos and crisis on the ground for his own political ends. Federalizing the California National Guard is an abuse of the president's authority under law.
Well,
But-
it's interesting. You watched the same clips as I did. Cars burning all over the place, people rioting. And by the way, we stopped it. We were able to make it much better, but it still looked pretty bad. And in watching clips last night, people were saying this is really a big problem. And until we went in, if we didn't do the job, that place would be burning down just like the houses burned down. They were in big trouble last night, Peter. You know it. And the night before, and the night before that. And I feel we had no choice. I don't want to see happen what happened so many times in this country. I watched Minneapolis burn. Look at what happened in so many different parts of California. You take a look at what happened in San Diego. There's so many different places where we let it burn. We want to be politically correct. We wanted to be nice. We want to be nice to the criminal. And what you're doing is destroying the fabric of our life in this country. No, we did the right thing. We've been given credit by people that I would least suspect. Why I would say that some of the people that came in and said, thank goodness, they said, some of them, thank God.
The ETF
that
FTD
they
settlement
got
will be like
involved.
next month.
And I'm very happy
It just
I
got past
involved.
that.
And I think Gavin, in his own way, is probably happy I got involved. Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
What do you make of the fact that he says you want a civil war on the streets of America?
No, it's just the opposite. I don't want a civil war. Civil war would happen if you left it to people like him. And I liked him. I always got along with him. Never had a problem with him. But he's grossly incompetent. Okay.
In London. Have you gotten an update from your team in London negotiating?
What? Louder.
Have you gotten an update from your team in London negotiating the China trade talks?
We are doing well with China. China's not easy, just like your home country is not easy, Dara. I think we're doing very well. They're over there now. I'm only getting good reports. It's a little early, but they'll be calling in soon. In fact, probably when I get back, I'll have my first call from them. We want to open up China, And if we don't open up China, maybe we won't do anything.
Why is the
We wanna
VFW
open up
acting
China.
as
It'll be a
support?
great
There's
thing
a
for China,
shitload of
great
sold
thing for
puts
the
here.
rest of the world.
To lift export controls when it comes to China? Did you give your negotiators any
Well, we're
sort
gonna
of
see. We're
limitation?
going to see. Look, China has been ripping off the United States for many years. Nobody charged them 10 cents. No president had the
Bunch of
courage
bot
to charge
calls
China
also.
for whatever reason. They didn't want to do it.
60-10,
I
60-15,
took in hundreds
but
of
nothing to
billions
the
of dollars
upside.
I put on tariffs on China when I got in first term.
Where
And
the
we
fuck
took in
did those
hundreds
come
of
in?
billions of dollars. And
On the test?
then I did it again, but I did it for a lot of others.
Like
If you look at the
fucking
stats, the deficit last month was cut in half.
3,500
Everybody
bot
was
calls
shocked.
between
I wasn't shocked. I think a
605
lot of the people
and
at this table weren't
60-15.
because they saw the billions of dollars that were pouring in, and the tariffs hadn't even started yet. Just
They're
about.
trying
They
to
weren't
absorb
closed.
that. Like,
They were in
it's
some
like they're
countries
trying to
at a
absorb the
very minor
MM selling
level.
off.
And we cut the deficit in half, and it was a big story a couple of days ago. They said, I don't believe one of the announcers on a business network went wild, said, I can't believe these numbers. Those numbers are good. The numbers are going to be very good. I think we're going to have a great 4 years. You know, we had the greatest economy in history during my 4 years. I think this one's going to blow it away. Yeah.
Mr. President,
Go ahead, please.
do you have a message for Greta Thunberg, and did she come up on your call with the Prime Minister today?
Well, she's a strange person. She's a young, angry person. I don't know if it's real anger. It's hard to believe, actually, but I saw what happened. She's certainly different. Anger management. I think she has to go to an anger management class.
Do you
That's
think
my
she was,
primary recommendation.
Some of them
was she
kind of already
kidnapped
are.
by Israel, as she says? Was she kidnapped?
I find it. I think Israel has enough problems without kidnapping Greta Thunberg.
And secondly, are you going to
Is
get...
that what she said? She was kidnapped
She
by
did
Israel?
say that, yes, sir. Are you going to get rid of the Tesla and the Starlink service that you have here at the White House?
No, I haven't heard that. I mean, I may move the Tesla around a little bit, but I don't think we'll be doing that with Starlink. It's a good service.
Where are you going to move it to? Move it around, what do you mean?
I have a lot of locations.
Actually, about the Tesla.
I have so many locations, I don't know what to do with them all.
About the Tesla, did you ever see
I don't
Elon
think
Musk
he knows
get
how-
physical with the Treasury Secretary?
No, I didn't.
And I tried to
They
ask.
did have an argument, but I didn't see it. I didn't see a lot of physicality there.
And there was this New York Times report that he did not want to talk about, Elon Musk, that alleged that he, towards the end of his time in the White House, was blurring the lines between recreational use of drugs and medicinal. Do you think he ever had drugs here at the White House?
I really don't know. I don't think so. I hope not. Look, I wish him well. You understand. We had a good relationship, and I just wish him well. Very well, actually. Yeah.
About aid in Gaza, you mentioned now the flotilla. Do you have a response at all about Israel intercepting this boat? And can you give us an update on what's happening to the entry of aid into Gaza right now? We've had people being shot by Israeli forces who are trying to get aid
Gaza's
from the
right
Gaza
now-
Humanitarian
yeah.
Foundation. Yes.
Gaza right now is in the midst of a massive negotiation between us and Hamas and Israel, and Iran actually is involved. And we'll see what's going to happen with Gaza. We want to get the hostages back. That's all I can tell you. Yeah, please, in the back.
If I can go back to California briefly. You had said yesterday when asked by reporters that it was not an insurrection taking place, but then on True Social a bit later, you had said they were insurrectionists. After what you've seen
You're
now...
talking about in L.A.?
Yes, sir, in L.A.
I wouldn't call it quite an insurrection, but it could have led to an insurrection. I mean, that was a lot of harm that was going on last night. I watched it very closely. And it was amazing that the job that the National Guard did. And by the way, the police were working very hard also. But, you know, the police are given instructions to be politically correct. I said, no, you don't have to be politically correct. You have to do the job.
And on Elon Musk, do you plan to speak to him on the phone anytime soon? I know some...
Which one?
On Elon Musk, do you plan to speak to him on the phone anytime soon?
I haven't really thought about it, actually. I would imagine he wants to speak to me. I would think that. If I were him, I'd want to speak to me. And maybe he was already called. You'd have to ask him whether or not he's already called. But I'd have no problem with it.
If he calls you, you pick up and speak to him?
Well, I don't want to say that, but I would imagine he'd want to talk to me.
You were supposed to get a
Yeah, please.
You were supposed to get a counter proposal from Iran today Have you gotten that proposal, and what
We
is
have
the
a
main
meeting on
impediment?
Thursday.
What-
We have a meeting with Iran on Thursday, so we're going to wait till Thursday.
And what's
for
the
that
main
proposal.
impediment to getting a deal?
Well, they're just asking for things that you can't do. They don't want to give up what they have to give up. You know what that is. They seek enrichment. We can't have enrichment. We want just the opposite. And so far, they're not there. I hate to say that because the alternative is a very, very dire one, but they're not there. They have given us their thoughts on the deal, and I said, it's just not acceptable.
Main topic for Prime Minister Netanyahu today when you spoke?
I would say, yeah. I don't know what else. I can talk about the weather.
Well, you can talk about Lebanon also, sir.
Pretty much
The Lebanon.
that's the main topic.
Lebanon is the
We
ceasefire
talked
in
about
Lebanon.
Lebanon
Yes.
also, yeah. We did.
What about Lebanon, sir?
Well, Lebanon's working very hard. They have a great new ambassador that I put there. Man I know very well. He's very smart. I didn't even know he was Lebanese. And I said, why would you want Lebanon? He said, I was born there. I love it. I love the people. I said, it's very dangerous going to Lebanon. There are some ambassadorships that are wonderful. There are some that are dangerous. I said, Michel, his name is. It's a he, Michel, very elegant man. And I said, why would you want this? And he said, because I love my country and I love those people. I said, it's very dangerous. He goes, I don't care. This is not a man that lived on danger. He's a very successful man from here. And he wanted to be the ambassador despite probably a very dangerous situation he's going into. You see what's going on. But I had great respect for that. He loves that country. He loves it. He was born
Thanks,
there.
Zen.
He loves the country. Yeah.
Mr. President, you've got a big,
Very
beautiful
elegant
parade
man.
coming up on Saturday.
Elegant man.
What's your
Yes.
biggest expectations for that? Then I've got a second question in
Okay.
regards to Gavin Newsom. Go ahead and talk about the
So,
big, beautiful parade.
It's such a, thank you, Brian. It's such a, I think, important moment for this country. 2 weeks ago I was calling people and back and forth with leaders, including President Putin, including French president, including lots of different people. And all of them said, we're celebrating victory in World War II. And I said, wow, isn't that amazing? We're the only one that wasn't celebrating, and we're the one that won the war. Now, Russia did help. They did lose 51 million people, in all fairness. People would say, oh, he's sticking up for Russia. No, they lost 51 million people. And, can't forget that. But France was celebrating. And, as you know, Hitler made a speech at the Eiffel Tower. But when I spoke to President Macron, he said, oh, we are celebrating the great victory of World War II. And I think that's great that he was doing it. But we're the one that won it, and we weren't celebrating. I said to myself, isn't that crazy? And I think it's time for us to celebrate a little bit. We've had a lot of victories. We won 2 world wars, and then we go out and change the name of the forts where we won the wars. You go out, we win world wars from Fort Robert E. Lee, from Fort Bragg, from all the different forts. And what do? We change the name of the forts because we want to be politically correct. So a lot of them were changing back. You probably noticed Fort Bragg and others. But I think it's a time to celebrate our military. We've rebuilt our military largely. Little low on ammunition. That's because it goes out very fast to other countries, one in particular. But we'll get that back very quickly. But we have a military the likes of which nobody has. Nobody comes close. We have the best equipment in the world. We make the best equipment in the world. There's no military like our military. We showed that with ISIS. I was told by the television generals it would take 4 years to win, and we did it in 3 weeks. And it was headed by General Raisin Kane, who's now the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He's great. Just left him. No, I think it's time.
Spelled raisin.
And I
Like a dried grape.
These people, well, you're going to spend a lot of money. A lot of that money is being paid for by me and people that make donations. I don't know if you know that. A lot of it won't even come out of the military. I think I can say that, Susie, right? We have people putting up money to do it. Not that it's necessary, because I think it's a great expenditure. We have many tanks. We have all sorts of new ones and very old ones, old from World War I and World War II. It's really a celebration of the Army. So the Army is a year older than the country.
What's he talking
next year
about?
We celebrate 250 years. but
He's not sure.
We're celebrating the Army on Flag Day. And it's not my birthday. It is my birthday, but I'm not celebrating my birthday. I'm celebrating Flag Day. It happens to be the same day, so I take a little heat. But Flag Day is the appropriate date. And we're celebrating 250 years of the Army, a great service. And remember, you know, think of it. We won so much. We won World War I, World War II, so much else. And then we became politically correct. But I can only tell you that I was told that ISIS would take anywhere from 4 to 5 years. And we did it in 3 weeks. You were there, you watched, right?
He is in fact blabbering. This happens. It's the come down from the stimulants.
People running it.
You just
like
start
you had it in Afghanistan.
like word
And
vomit.
you look at that. First of all, Afghanistan should have been an easy victory as a war, but we were so sad the way we fought it, so ridiculous. We fight not to win, but we didn't used to be that way. And we're celebrating.
Does he know that World War II, like, that was the politically correct thing?
Time in the history of our country. That was run by, that was a Biden mess with bad generals like Milley and others. They were bad. They were incompetent generals. I know all the good ones and the bad ones. We got rid of most of the bad ones. But it was time to celebrate, and that's what we're doing. So it's on June 14th.
Ask him if we won or lost the Civil War.
Parade, the likes of which I don't know if we've ever had a parade like that. It's going to be incredible. We have even though it's the Army, we have a lot of those Army airplanes flying over the top, and we have tanks all over the place, and we have thousands and thousands of soldiers going to bravely march down the streets. It's going to be a beautiful day, I think, and we're going to celebrate our country.
You spoke of leadership, and real quickly, speaking of Gavin Newsom, is he the right leader for California, considering how massive their economy is and all these U.S. investments coming in?
Why are all these questions coming from the same toady?
For the future of California and for
I don't
U.S.
think
investments?
he is. I mean, I think he's done.
Has the press pool just dwindled down to zero hedge and this guy?
I always took care of California, you know, all that. But I'm just talking on
Fighting each other over sucking the last drop out of Trump's cock.
Any state, when you think about it.
Tim Pool.
Beautiful weather, beautiful ocean, beautiful everything. You have all the advantages, and he didn't take advantage of that. And he's let people come in by the millions who are overrunning your hospitals, your education system, and your police. Your police are being overrun. Look at what's happened. He should only be
Tastes like Diet Coke.
because if I didn't send him in,
Oh, Brett.
there.
I'm glad you still have one port left, man.
Yeah, please. Thank you, Brian, very much.
On supersonic flight.
Supersonic?
Yes, sir. I know you just signed an executive order on it. Do you want to see a supersonic Air Force One in the next 10 years or so?
Oh, well, I don't care too much about that, but I would like to see, you know, if you think about it, flight, the word flight's an interesting word, but it's probably the only category.
I can't hear you on
where
Discord.
We've actually gone back.
No?
Because we used to have the Concorde, and we could fly to London.
Are you sure? That's a you thing.
And today it takes you 2 times,
I
or 3
think.
times as long. It's the only thing where we've regressed.
Oh, maybe it's
By the way,
not.
The Concorde, to my way of thinking, to this day, Michael, because you're very much into aesthetics, I know, but to this day was one of the most beautiful pieces of art I've ever seen. It was a piece of art. The beauty of
This is
the
how
Concorde
Liberty
was the most
dies,
beautiful
with
black
thunderous
image.
Truth Social and
It was,
Zero Hedge
got
tweets.
you there in half the time.
Yep.
Now you spend a lot of time.
Got to give something
And,
to the
there's no
illiterates to
reason
goon
for it.
to.
Because, you know, they have the sonic boom. It's not a huge problem, but they have the sonic boom thing pretty well figured out. The technology
Elegant.
changes, the change in the skin, the change in weight, all of the other things. There's no reason why we shouldn't do great. So we are making it possible for them to do supersonic and get us back on the track. I mean, think of it, 30 years ago, we actually had planes that flew much faster than we do now. It took you half the time to get to a location.
They also
So we
burned 20
progressed,
times the amount of
and
fuel.
We're going to progress.
That's not progress.
Mr. President?
Sort of an amazing thing, isn't it, though? We've gone backwards. On Wall Street, they haven't done that. If Goldman Sachs was like that, you wouldn't have Goldman Sachs anymore.
Mr. President, are you planning to deploy Marines in Are you planning
Wait,
to
hold on.
deploy
Did
Marines
YouTube
in
just?
California to address the situation in Los
Did
Angeles?
you guys see
Are you
the
going to
fucking
deploy
subtitles?
Marines in California?
We'll see what happens. I mean,
It's like if Goldman Sachs did that, you wouldn't have government sex
I think
anymore.
it would have been a very bad situation. It was heading in the wrong direction. It's now heading in the right direction, and we hope to have the support of Gavin, because Gavin's the big beneficiary as we straighten out his problems. I mean, his state is a mess, and I'd like to get somebody involved in the rail because, look, personally, it should have never been built because you can fly there for $2, and what do you
Why do you
do?
hate democracy? Because it's an inefficient form of government.
You know, if they did a study, if you gave every passenger the finest
Just
limousine
let him do
service in the
whatever he
history of the
wants.
world, the most expensive chauffeur-driven, white glove limousine service back and forth, we would have saved billions of dollars as opposed to building this monstrosity that's going up. And I've never seen anything. You know, I've seen cost overruns. I'm a person. I've always done well on cost overruns. I don't have them, but I will tell you, I have never seen cost overruns. You see them where they're 20% more, 50%, 100% more. These are thousands of percent. Nobody even knows. They have no idea. And it was supposed to be from San Francisco to Los Angeles. Well, they just made it way outside of Los Angeles. Where it's stopping in the middle of.
The past 9 years have convinced me we do not deserve the right to vote.
But it's way short of the.
I don't think it should just be inherent. Like, there should be some minimum bar for voting.
So badly before him, but he really blew it.
Like, you have to be able to read.
All right, one more question.
You know?
Speak to any of the discussions that were had there and the purpose of that retreat, your time at Camp David.
What?
Your time at Camp David, can you speak to
Ah,
discussions
shit.
you had there?
I'm
The
out.
purpose of that retreat?
No, I don't want to speak to discussions. I mean, I told you what we were there for a little bit. We had discussions on many topics. We had a group of people, a large group of people, including generals and admirals and lots of others. And all I can say is our country's in great shape. We're in great shape.
That excludes like
economically.
50% of the country. Yeah, well, you know, the other 50% will have to look out for their interests.
Amazing. I think it's going to be one of the most important pieces of legislation we've ever had in this country. It's going to do things that you wouldn't believe. We're going to, you know, I have a very simple phrase. We ran an election on very simple words: make America great again. That's what we're doing. We're making it great. We're making it safe. We're making it beautiful. And we're making it very wealthy again. You know, wealth is okay. You need wealth to take care of lots of other people. We have to make our country better.
They tried that with racist literacy tests. Yeah, now those same people are the illiterates. It's ironic how that
A
works.
very incompetent person and a group of people that weren't incompetent, but they were radical left lunatics. And they ran the country with an auto pen. And I hope that law enforcement's looking at that very seriously. That's like a takeover of our country in a certain way, because this guy had no idea what he was doing. You saw that during the debate. You saw that in other cases. I mean, he had no idea. I saw it years ago. By the way, 40 years ago, he had no. He was.
My butterflies are back in the money.
Just talking about. And they always like to say age, but it's not age. I know people 88, 89, 92. Bernie Marcus, who just passed away, was 95. I spoke to him a year before. He was 100%. It's not age. It's something else. But whatever it is, you can't have that in this country. The damage he's done to
Here
this
you have a
country is
girlfriend. Did she get a
unbelievable.
Gamma Strike
But
hat
the
before
good
me?
news
Is
we've got
Dirk been
lots of
running
things
his mouth
going
again?
on, and the rest of it will happen. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Unbelievable. Alright, that's over. No, you shut Maeve down publicly that one night. I'm not just a piece of meat, okay? Puddin' flaps. Yeah, no China news. Nothing was said about China. Market big sad. Someone's buying some 6005 puts. And there's a bunch of bot calls at 6010, and we have 11 minutes till close. No one has any Gamma Strike hats but me, J Fresh. Calm down. I just said nobody has one but me. No, we already figured out how to distribute the hats. I'm gonna mail them all to Dork, and Dork's gonna mail them to you guys. Because all you guys have to do is apply the lightest amount of social pressure to him, and he'll do it. Could Jifresh even fit a hat on his head with that giant mop of leprechaun hair? I got him an extra large one. They are fitted, yeah. I don't know if, like, frontal cortex density is directly proportional to skull size. But I will say that we haven't yet measured everyone's skull at Gamma Strike. Our currently Gamma Strike's healthcare plan does cover one pharmacological visit. So so's chiropractics. But UNH will cover it. And psychologists. Now. Just because there's absolutely no rigor doesn't make it invalid as a science. The government currently employs 4,540 economists at an average rate of pay of $115,000 a year. That means we spend $522 million a year on economists. The prostate exam is part of the hiring interview. I owe my doctor's office $40 for some video visits I'm too lazy to pay off. And they're calling me about it like they're about to miss their rent payment. I love that shit. That's what I ask them when they call me. Like, if I forget to like make a copay or something like that, I'm just like, what do you do if I don't pay you? And they're like, well, you have to pay us. And I'm like, yeah, but what if let's say I just don't? What then? The mental hurdles they jump through when you pose that to them, worth the price of admission. They can't put it on your credit report. Can't get sent to collections in New York and New Jersey. Winning. I know. No, I know they can't. In the Midwest, they do. I mean, that sucks. I guess. Everyone called me saying I owed $25. They asked to confirm my address, and I said, oh, you have my address? Send me a bill? Hang up. No bill yet. Who sends $40 to collections? The collector buys it for $10 and spending $500 to try to collect it? How would that work? Well, they would just start charging you interest on it. And then when enough interest had accumulated again, they would then start to call you and bitch about it. At which point you could usually just offer them the $10 they initially bought it for, and they'll leave you alone. Ooh, we added magic money on top of what you owe. You're gonna get it, you bad boy. This is the perfect closing price. Right in between Vega Neutral on the weekly and Vega Neutral on the monthly. Exactly as we discussed. Not for me. My butterfly is out of the money. See, this is what I was talking about. You pick shitty strikes. Wait, hold on. There's still 2 minutes left for us to rip 3 standard deviations away from spot. Ooh. And then bounce right back. How did I know that was C-Mill without seeing the comment? Experience. I didn't think 1020 was bad. Why would we close above both Vega neutrals? $85.0015 butterflies for the win. No, 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 no. 6,010.90. But sold them on Friday. Ding ding. Up $1 from open. It was a bit rough. Bring back the idiot trade? Maybe. We'll see. Oh, that's what you had? Oh, nice. Willie, I don't know how long you've been around, man, but this is about me. Which I feel like you know. My end of day assumption of up 7 bips was off by 2 bips. I'm so sorry that I got that wrong, guys. I did try, but I've failed you all. Yes, rejected off of the upper trend here. Haven't fallen quite below last week's close, but there's definitely some support at the 6,000 level. Slipping below that, we would be looking to like 59.92 or 59.84 to confirm a breakdown off of what is kind of close to a double top here. With 59.74 confirming after one of those two signals to the downside. Honestly, we don't have data till Wednesday. I don't see any reason for us to have a big pullback yet, but maybe we get a little something. Maybe not. I don't know. It doesn't look that great. It's probably just more chop. Dollar down about 23 points today. Yields at the top end of the curve, moderating a little bit after spiking in the pre-market. Starting to look kind of like they're reversing back to the upside here. But probably won't see anything happen until after we get some inflation data in. Obviously, if inflation is moving up so soon, especially on the consumer side, that would probably drive rates a little higher, at least at the top end. Commodities completely flat on the day. Gold held pretty flat. Silver continued its move up, as did copper. And oil now above $65 a barrel. Remember, above 68, it starts to put some upside pressure on inflation. Above 72, it puts a lot of upside pressure on inflation. So keep an eye on that. Munch my booty hole. Nice. I'm glad you're not wasting that. Correlation breaking down a little bit, mostly on the 1 month, so near-term dispersion kind of breaking down. 3-month correlation not rising quite as much, but a little bit of a turnaround there as this continues to sort of drift towards the lows we saw back in like May OPEX. Leverage on the carry pretty flat, down from 864 to 859. Forward yield on volatility picking up a little bit from last week, negative 6.54%, with the 10 2-year at 8.11. Declining correlation. Bond volatility is really fucking low here. Slipping below the March lows, kind of heading towards where we were mid to late February. That's interesting. Still no big moves in skew. correlation between VX and cash VIX retreating again today after 3 consecutive days of slight increases to 93.08. Breadth was up at the back of last week. Fed fund futures dropped below, I think closed, this is the first time it's closed below 10 points of cuts for the September meeting in quite some time. But yeah, I mean, basically no rate cuts priced in, mostly into the end of the year. I'll switch that contract out for January, where there's still 1 rate cut price, so maybe we'll get a little bit more sensitivity. Bear steepener picking up a tiny bit, but also not a very significant change. On the day, obviously flat trading at trend resistance. This is a coin flip as to which way it'll go tomorrow, but I think somewhat of a pullback should be expected soon, with VN so close to spot. It'll be hard to move the index much higher, or at least sustain higher prices for long. And in order for VN to push up and the market maker hedge to shift, we'd probably need a pullback, at least a small one, before higher prices can be realized and held. And that might be some of the effect that we're seeing kind of happen today. Anyway, I think that's about it. So I will poop. Okay, cool. Thank you, Slot Machine. I appreciate that. I will see you guys tomorrow. I hope you all have a lovely night. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.